world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancements. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us. The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancements. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Это что такое? Да не игра. Вот это. Возможно, вы думаете, что виза — это просто банковские карты. А что, если я скажу, что название, которое вы видите повсюду, это больше, чем просто надпись? Виза — это сеть. Она помогает людям переводить деньги отсюда вот сюда. И помогает этому парню работать онлайн, чтобы он мог продать джинсы, находясь да хоть бы на этой горе. Это волшебство, которое остается за кадром, но может объединить всех со всеми. Эта сеть позволяет взглянуть на мир свежим взглядом за утренней чашкой кофе и меняет точку зрения на то, что делает бизнес бизнесом. Виза — это сеть, которая может объединить всех. Там, где вам нужно быть. Там, куда вы мечтаете попасть. Там, где вы заслуживаете быть. Эта сеть — ключ к исполнению мечты. Ведь виза каждый день открывает двери по всему миру, чтобы коммерция объединяла нас всех. Виза — сеть, которая работает для каждого.
Приближается эпоха интеллектуального мира. Усилия Huawei Enterprise направлены на цифровизацию предприятий, чтобы создать интеллектуальный мир, объединенный посредством сети. Мы предлагаем правительствам архитектуры и решения для создания умных городов, органам общественной безопасности решения по предотвращению кризисов и чрезвычайных ситуаций. Благодаря нашим продуктам и сервисам на базе приложений, финансовые организации интеллектуально управляют портфелями своих клиентов. Энергетический сектор объединяет цифровое производство и управление безопасностью для достижения устойчивого экологичного развития. В транспортном секторе наши продукты и решения способствуют увеличению безопасности и эффективности перевозок. Мы предлагаем инновационные решения для цифровых производств. В эпоху цифровой трансформации Huawei уделяет особое внимание инфраструктуре ИКТ. Компания использует технологические разработки, чтобы создавать цифровые платформы для клиентов в разных областях. Результат — оптимальное взаимодействие между облаком, устройствами и оборудованием. Cloud Pipe Device. IT-продукты Huawei становятся все популярнее на рынке. Решения, позволяющие анализировать цели и намерения пользователей, Intent-Driven Networks, увеличивают бизнес-потенциал клиентов. Недавно Huawei представила стратегию «Платформа плюс связь плюс экосистема» для корпоративного рынка интернета вещей, IoT. Компания сосредоточена на развитии лучших в отрасли частных беспроводных сетей, которые ускорят переход на интеллектуальное управление предприятиями. Облачное решение Huawei для коммуникаций, объединяющее все услуги в одном месте, All Service Converged Cloud Communication Solution, представляет собой простое средство связи и совместной работы. Решение для видеонаблюдения, Video Surveillance Solution, использует интеллектуальные средства для оценки последствий инцидентов и их предотвращения. Huawei собирается создать цифровую платформу для всех отраслей производства, чтобы обеспечить переход к интеллектуальному миру. Компания стремится построить взаимовыгодную партнерскую экосистему. Huawei создает инновации вместе с клиентами и партнерами в лабораториях Open Labs. Шаг за шагом компания становится самым популярным партнером в области ИКТ-услуг. В следующее десятилетие цифровая трансформация будет играть важную роль в различных промышленных областях. Huawei работает с партнерами и клиентами, чтобы построить полносвязный интеллектуальный мир.
Well, a very good morning to you all and welcome to our high-level plenary session. My name is Jonathan Charles. I'm the Managing Director of Communications and Business Information Services at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. It's a great pleasure to be moderating this session this morning. Over the next 90 minutes, we'll be exploring how sustainability and social responsibility go together. We'll be listening to thoughts on what will drive resilient economic growth in the new Kazakhstan. Offering their ideas will be our distinguished panel, who we'll be meeting later, including contributors to and implementers of reform in other countries. And before I introduce them, though, we're going to start with a keynote address from the leader who is driving reform in Kazakhstan. I am delighted that we'll be hearing from the country's president, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, who's recorded this video address.
Friends, Astana Finance Days 2022. Today, the international community is in a state of unprecedented geopolitical and economic turbulence. As a result, the challenges of global socio-economic, food and energy security have become more acute, which entails the most negative consequences for the implementation of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Having gone almost halfway, we are seeing regression in most of the targets enshrined in it. Of course, these disturbing trends are the cause of our concern. First, Kazakhstan, as a responsible and active member of the global community, considers the UN agenda as a clear global program of action. Failure to implement it would be a strategic loss for the entire global community. Second, the United Nations goal of sustainable development is fully consistent with our course for building the new Kazakhstan. As the largest and one of the fastest growing economies in Central Asia, Kazakhstan aims for an open, innovative, and competitive economic model. Our task is to achieve a proportional growth of the economy to increase the well-being of citizens. Therefore, we expect not only rapid adaptation to the new rules and conditions of the game from the business community, but also a high degree of social responsibility. It is important for us to see and support investors and companies with a responsible approach to environmental problems, social issues, and the quality of corporate governance. It is encouraging that most companies operating in our country already meet these standards. In the current geopolitical conditions, it's important for Kazakhstan to diversify international logistics routes. In this context, the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route acquires greater strategic importance. We plan to modernize the port infrastructure and strengthen the maritime fleet on the Caspian Sea. We also work together with our partners Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey to load this route. We aim to use the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline for our oil export. Our governments have started close cooperation on this issue. We invite foreign investors to expand these routes. One of the most important areas of work for Kazakhstan is to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2060. In this aspiration, we rely primarily on a multi-vector and balanced foreign policy that strengthens mutually beneficial and respectful relations with all states and international organizations. Our multi-vector approach is firm and irreversible, thus making Kazakhstan a leading investment partner in our region. In addition, our tremendous potential in agriculture, fuel and energy, transport and logistics complexes allows us to be a crucial part in tackling the most complex challenges in food and energy security, rebuilding and reshaping global supply chains for rare earth metals and other raw materials and finished products. In general, Kazakhstan will make every possible effort to achieve the sustainable development goals set by the United Nations. I'm sure that the result of today's discussion will be the generation of new ideas and the necessary tools for their delivery in making Kazakhstan more successful. I thank everyone for real contribution to this important event.
Huge thanks to President Tokayev for setting out his thoughts and lots of ideas there, and a suggestion about the trajectory that new Kazakhstan is going on that we will be exploring today. Let me introduce now our panel for this high-level plenary session. I will invite them to come up one by one and take their chairs. First of all, Sasuma Chakrabarti, advisor to President Tokayev on economic development and governance. He's also Deputy Chairman of the Supreme Presidential Council for Reform, Deputy Chairman of the AFD Management Council, and he was my former boss, of course, former president of the EBRD. Suma. Then we have Dr. Jacob Frenkel, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Group of 30, member of the AIFC Management Council, former Governor of Israel's Central Bank. Jacob Frenkel. Next, Indamit Gill, Vice President for Equitable Growth, Finance and Institutions at the World Bank. Michaela Freiberg-Story, United Nations Resident Coordinator for Kazakhstan. Daniel Zhao, President of the Eurasian Regional Office for Huawei. Nika Galori, former Prime Minister of Georgia. And I'm delighted as well to ask up the Governor of the AIFC, Kairat Kelenvetov. And the Governor will be listening to the interventions today and then reflecting on them towards the end. And I'm going to sit down as well. So let's start. With you, Suma Chakrabarti. We heard President Tokayev there. Perhaps I can ask you to share your thoughts about how best to drive resilient economic growth in the new Kazakhstan.
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. First of all, I'm just so delighted that we're doing this event in person, meeting so many friends again. It's really good to be with you all actually here today. So just a big thank you to Kairat and AIFC for organizing it. Well, let me start by talking a bit about what I think is really the biggest thing that's happened in Kazakhstan in the last few months, the trajectory of political reform. You know, it's a sort of truism that investors like stability. And Kazakhstan, for many years, was known for its stability. And then January came, and the events in January. And it was time, clearly, the people were crying out for a new political framework, a new way of creating stability in the country. And the president responded. And I think he's responded extremely well. And the referendum we've had and the new approach to the political framework to create, again, a new stability, I think, for investors. I think that's very important. I want to congratulate the President, really, and his team for moving forward and responding in this way to clearly a very popular desire for a change in the political framework. I think it's very important for investors to understand. And it's important also because investors, increasingly these days, their shareholders want, you know, environmental, social, and governance standards to be maintained, ESG standards, and that is what Kazakhstan is trying to do, both through this new political framework, but also, of course, through the AIFC in particular, I think. That's really important. Secondly, as the President very clearly and openly said, at the same time, we've got to recognize that the current regional and global economic outlook is very tough. And the Russia-Ukraine conflict has made many investors, I think, quite wary of the wider region. I think the conflict, the significant sanctions imposed on Russia are, of course, a very serious drag on Kazakhstan's economic prospects. The Russian economy, as we all know, is contracting. It's likely to continue contracting throughout this year and into next year. And as a result, the IMF has downgraded its growth forecast for Kazakhstan for this year. Back in the autumn last year, they were predicting 3.9% growth for this year, and now they're saying 2.3%. That's a direct impact of what's happening through the conflict and the sanctions impact as well. Inflation is soaring in Russia. It's also high in Kazakhstan, it's exacerbated here too. And I think due to the volatility of the ruble, in February and March, we also saw the tenge also had to significantly depreciate before settling again. Now, I think for this reason, it's really, really obvious, and the President mentioned it just now, that the policymakers in Kazakhstan are going to have to continue their efforts over quite a long period, I think, in terms of diversifying from the reliance that they had in the past on the Russian economy. They've got to look elsewhere and diversify the country's trade and economic ties. And as we all say, when we talk to ministers when I was a civil servant, what's a challenge can also be an opportunity. And I think cooperation with other countries in the wider region actually has unrealized potential. If you look at the combined GDP of countries from Central Asia, the Caucasus, the Middle East and South Asia, it's over $5 trillion. And the combined population of those countries is about 1.9 billion to 2 billion people. I think Kazakhstan's got to take a much more holistic approach to working with these countries by establishing new economic ties, finding new export destinations, and investing in new export routes. And I was delighted, as a former president of EBRD, the president mentioned the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan route, the pipeline. Why? Because it was an EBRD project. So I'm very pleased that I've got to mention there. But that's the sort of thing I think Kazakhstan's got to do in this complex world. It's got to reform, and look to other ways of moving the economy forward. Within this, I'm sure Kairat Kelimbetov will say more about this, I think AIFC has an absolutely critical role. When the AIFC started, there were many people who were actually quite quizzical as to whether it would succeed. And I think, we've just approved the annual report of the AIFC in the Management Council yesterday under the President's leadership. And it's an extraordinary story, a really great story of success, and that we need to build on. It has an ambitious goal, the AIFC, of being the sort of leading financial center for the wider region. I think offering, obviously, innovative financial products and services to ensure the sustainable development of Kazakhstan and the neighboring countries. And today, what's really interesting is many businesses from Central Asian countries are already benefiting from the opportunities provided by the AIFC. So I go back to that, trying to maximize the economic potential of the region. That's the way forward for Kazakhstan as well. Many success stories of companies from Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, registering, making deals, attracting investments here at the AIFC today as well. And AIFC, I think, is also on the right track in encouraging digital innovation. In a recent EBRD study, Kazakhstan was shown to be the regional leader on digitalization. And I think here AIFC within that is very much a leader with special regulatory regimes for fintech development and the fintech lab as well. And I think AIFC should continue creating that supportive environment as well. There's also the Green Finance Center. Sustainability, increasingly important for many investors, and that's been recognized by the Global Green Finance Index rankings. AIFC's risen again, I think, by another 3 positions since October 2021. It's now entered the top 50 financial centers for the world for green finance. That's fantastic as well. And I'm sure Kairat can tell you more about that too. It's become a key platform for me for economic cooperation and investment as well. It's really helped to create this more favorable business climate by developing securities markets and integrating Kazakhstan into the wider international capital markets. Now, I think there's one thing that I'd want to actually emphasize even more than all those fantastic financial statistics about AIFC, and that's the AIFC Court and the International Arbitration Center. I would say this, of course, having been a former permanent secretary of the Ministry of Justice in the UK, but I think this is really, really important. No international financial centre can succeed unless the court and the IAC succeed and are seen to be really leading the way. And yesterday we were, again, in the Management Council, able to look at the statistics on the progress of the AIFC Court and the International Arbitration Centre. It's fantastic progress indeed, way ahead of where other international financial centres were at the same stage of development. And these cases all enforced to the satisfaction of all the parties, and they're coming from all sorts of countries, the participants in these parties in these cases as well. It's an amazing success story. And let me just pay tribute to Barbara here, Barbara Doman, because Barbara is finishing her term quite soon as head of the IAC. She's done a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Barbara, for what you've done as well. I think finally, if I may, I think it's worth saying also that the crisis around us, the tough neighbourhood in which we live, again offers an opportunity. I noticed that many IT specialists from Russia are keen to make the move to Kazakhstan and are keen to actually use the AIFC as their base. This is an opportunity, again, that we must harness. So to conclude, Jonathan, I think, of course, the regional and global economic and political climate is tough. Of course it is. But I think Kazakhstan has shown already that in these tough circumstances, it can actually provide the leadership, the safe harbour for many investors to continue to progress reforms and to move forwards. And I think that's got to be continued. Reform, reform, reform. And we look to the people here in this audience to keep pushing us to reform further in Kazakhstan, to make it even more attractive for you to come and invest here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Sumran. I know you have to leave us because you're going off to a meeting with President Tokayev. So
I'll stay for a bit longer.
That's excellent. All right. At some stage, you will slip away to a meeting with President Tokayev. But thank you for those thoughts. Let's move on to Jacob Frenkel, who is sitting next to Suma. Jacob, how do you see this as a former central banker, as a distinguished economist? You were telling me just a few minutes ago, before we started, that you were only yesterday at the Bank of International Settlements, where there was a lot of discussion on where we are on monetary policy. Absolutely crucial, of course, in the world, the inflationary world that we're living in right now.
Thank you very much. It is always an extraordinary pleasure to come back to Kazakhstan, to come back to the AIFC, and to see all of these people. I can tell you, even on Zoom, you look so great, but there is nothing better than the in-person communication. I'm privileged to follow my dear friend Suma, because as you could see, his remarks have been extremely inspiring, and there is no way to start the debate without making good use of them. But I will start from the first remarks that were made by the President. And I noticed few words that caused me to be both inspired, optimistic, and then we will go back to our business. What were the words? In order, they started by saying, we are part of the global economy. We cannot disconnect us from there. We have a sustainable development plan. We have new rules. We expect to see social responsibility. We expect to see partnership with the community. We are investing in infrastructure. We have a regional focus. We invite foreign investors. We are committed to carbon neutral. The multi-vector is a definite guideline that is here to stay. Food and energy security are key components. These are the notes that I took down, and I think that they will receive universal support. So the question for us now is, how can we bring it all about, given that the outside world is not a quiet place? The outside political world and the outside economic world. And it is in this regard that I want to start by telling you that I came to Kazakhstan literally a few hours ago from a meeting in Switzerland, and I'm telling you that Suma has to leave not because he doesn't like what I say.
I love what you say.
But he has an important meeting. Good luck to you. So now I can tell the truth. Now, jokes aside, I came here from Basel in Switzerland, where there is the annual meeting of central bank governors, and where there is a discussion on where are we, where do we want to go, how are we going to go there. And the discussion was sobering. And I will not, it's not a secret, but I want to tell you the atmosphere that was there and why does it matter to us. Number one, the world has gone through and is in an extraordinary turmoil, geopolitically, economically. We have had a series of shocks. Most of them did not emanate from the financial sector, in contrast with the previous shocks that were financial sector shocks that got transmitted. Here we were receiving outside shocks, whether it is a pandemic, whether it is the Ukraine, whether it is more recognition about climate, nothing to do with central banking. And yet, the central bankers have met together and said, what do we do about it? One of the things that we have learned during the past decade is that while central banking policy is a very important one, it should not be the only game in town. But I want to take you back to the room in the discussion yesterday. Because whereas a few years ago, the subject of discussion was inflation is low, in fact it was not mentioned, interest rates are low, even negative, and how do we renew growth? This was the subject just not long ago. Then came the various shocks that have nothing to do with banking, pandemic, war, whatever. And now the point is, inflation is high, interest rates are higher, the tools of economic policy are more strained because fiscal debts and deficits are already large because they had to deal with the previous rounds. And now what are they going to do? And there was a long debate. Should we do or shouldn't we do? Until 2 months ago, the central bankers were arguing whether the shocks are permanent or temporary, saying there are many reasons why they should be maybe viewed as temporary, so why should we bother and create noise? Let's wait and see. That approach turned out to be wrong, and they recognize it. The second question is, why did we go wrong? Why are we behind the curve, as they say? After all, we are all intelligent people. And the third question is, given that it is not temporary, and given that we missed to diagnose it, what should we do about it now? This is the summary. It's, you know, occasionally you go to the dentist, you don't like what he does to you, but you know that you need to do it. You even pay him at the end of it. So don't blame the dentist, but we are not playing the game of blaming. We are playing to be operational. The BIS, the Bank of International Settlement, has found, looking at the entire history, that the inflationary process is very non-linear. You can be at a low inflation regime for a long time, and even if inflation goes a little up, a little down, it is not something that should change your planning horizon. But once inflation has been there for too long, it becomes part of the way of conducting business. You incorporate it into contracts, you bother about it, and you go to another regime, the higher inflation regime. The objective is to make sure that the low inflation regime is not becoming a high inflation regime. And this requires action. That's where the dentist comes in. And let me tell you, why did they miss the curve? When you drive on a highway, and the road is straight, even if you have fog on the window in front of you, you can look at the rear view mirror, because the future is like the past, the road is straight. Look at the rear mirror and you see where to drive. But if the road is turning around, looking at the rear mirror is sure to make sure that you will not go in the right way, because the street is going around. In fact, relying on the past is very misleading if the future is going to be different from the past. This is the issue of models. Most of the models that people use are basically looking at the past and saying, let's learn from the past and predict the future. But if the past is very different than the future, in fact, it's not a good, helpful tool to appreciate what the future will be. This is what has happened. We have seen dramatic structural changes that cause the road to go around in a more sharp way, and by definition, since you were not looking forward but only looking backwards, you missed the turn. The main element in speeches of central bank governors for a long time has been, we are data dependent. Namely, we are not going to act until we see it in the data. But this means that once you see it in the data, you're too late by definition. So element number one, because of the sharp changes, backward looking is a recipe for missing the curve. Second, how should you correct it? Should you correct it slowly, or should you correct it more rapidly? On the one hand, there is a dictum of saying go gradually, because you know, if you run into a dark room, walk, go slowly, don't run because the room is dark. But there is another way to go about it, turn on the light. So the real question is, given that you have missed the turn, how should you correct? Think about it. Again, I take you to the road. I like driving. You are driving and you see suddenly that you fall behind. What do you do in that case? You are pressing on the gas and you are running a little faster. Faster than what you would have done in the steady state, because you want to make up for lost time. And in the monetary policy sphere, you want to build the credibility that has been lost by missing the previous turns. So I think that there is no argument that given that you have missed, the right recipe is correct it and do even overshooting in order to converge back to the right pace, to the right place, after you have built the credibility, after you have corrected for the missing. This is an important lesson that came out yesterday in the discussion in Basel, and this is also what will happen. So therefore, if you want, you don't need to be a genius to say, what will the Federal Reserve, the largest central bank in the world, do? It will keep on raising interest rates with high doses, because it knows that the choice is not to raise interest rates or not to raise. The choice is to raise it today or to raise it tomorrow. But if I wait until tomorrow, I will need to raise it even by more. So this is the issue. So why do we see that politicians are behind the curve? because nobody wants to do the tough things under his regime. But this is really the rationale. And I must say, and I'm coming back for a minute to the AIFC, and I join Suma in saying that only those who looked at other institutions that have been created and failed sideways, one can appreciate the important work and the great potential that the AIFC entails for Kazakhstan, and especially during tough periods. Today, when most markets are shuttered and uncertainty prevails, capital is looking for a safe place, for a good opportunity, for good governance, for good management, for good rule of law, for good respect of property rights, and all of those things that are known. For places like Kazakhstan, this can be a special opportunity. So while it is not easy to work in an environment in which there are so many storms around you, I think that this is really the way. But I want to come back to the point that both the President and Suma have mentioned. In order to be able to seize on opportunities, one needs to be sufficiently flexible in order to move from point A to point B. And let's not confuse. When I say flexible, does not mean without a compass. It means with a compass, but to be flexible in the sense that you have the flexible economic system. You need to have the capacity to do it, and again, if the last few years have taught us anything, it is on the importance of diversification. Not only diversification in production, which is critical, diversification of markets, diversification of sources of finance, diversification of fora within which one is operating. And that's why it is so important to develop the regional context within which Kazakhstan resides. And I think that the efforts that have been made, and we discussed it also yesterday in the Management Council, the efforts are the right thing. You are not standing by yourself, you are sufficiently attractive, but you need to join hands, and join hands with the multi-vector approach to the close neighbor, to the distant neighbor, but the regional one is very important. I think that my time is up, and I will only say one last remark about temporary versus permanent. For a long time, people said these shocks are temporary, and this was the rationale for let's not move. And this is also the consequence of missing the curve. I think that in policy, policymakers do not have the luxury of asking, is it temporary or is it permanent? The task for policy is to ensure that shocks remain temporary rather than become permanent. And if shocks are not being treated at the beginning, and I'm going to take you back to the dentist, if you're not dealing with it in time, then it will become permanent even in a much worse way. So basically, we are not observers, we are players. And as an observer, you have the luxury of waiting and seeing temporary or not. As a player, your task is to ensure that things become temporary and not become permanent. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Jacob Frenkel, thank you very much indeed. You were speaking to my inner economist and taking me right back to when I studied economics all those years ago. It was a really interesting painting of the global picture. Thank you, and we'll come back to that and try to remember we're not at a dentist congress as well, probably, but I love the analogies. Let us move on. Now, many of the multilateral development banks, including my own, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and of course the World Bank, are supporting growth in Kazakhstan. Indamit Gil, what do you think needs to be done to spur growth here and to keep growth going?
Thank you, Jonathan. So I'm suddenly very nervous because I'm sitting next to Jacob Frenkel, who used to be my professor at the University of Chicago. So I took a class from him, and I don't think I did well. So I feel like a B- student and not like a world banker right now. But I'm going to try to make amends. So these are very difficult times for everyone. And I know that a lot will be said about what Kazakhstan will have to do to get through the geopolitical and economic turbulence that the president spoke about. But I'm not going to talk about that. So I'm going to say a few things about Kazakhstan's long-term development prospects that arguably, I think, are even more difficult than its short-term problems. So I'll speak about that, and I'll say some undiplomatic things that will cause trouble for my colleagues Tatiana and Jean-François and David Knight and Shamsu and others. They're sitting over there and there if you want to complain. But here's what I want to say. So in principle, it should not be difficult for a country of fewer than 20 million really bright people who have 2.7 million square kilometers of real estate, which is the 9th largest in the world, and 22 million hectares of really good land on which you can grow things, more than all but 14 countries, right? So it has the 2nd largest uranium reserves, 10th largest coal deposits, 12th largest oil wealth, and 15th largest gas reserves. This is a wealthy country with great people. So why hasn't Kazakhstan become a high-income economy? It's not for the want of trying, right? Because it is a stated goal of the government that Kazakhstan wants to become one of the world's top 30 economies by 2050. Will this happen? So I guess if you ask me now, I wouldn't bet on it, okay? And why am I saying this? So I'm saying this because of a few things. The first thing to do is to see what sets Kazakhstan apart from the 36 countries that belong to the OECD, right? That mostly have reached high income. And this is a coincidence of Kazakhstan's dependence on resources, its distant location, and its dispersed population, right? So because of this unique combination, Kazakhstan will have to devise its own strategy. It just can't copy someone else's like Hong Kong and Singapore did, or Korea did with Japan, for example. And right now, it's not clear that Kazakhstan has a good strategy. So I'm not talking about a strategy for the next year. I'm talking about a strategy for the next decade. Yeah. So you might think that Kazakhstan is doing just fine and there's nothing to worry about besides getting out of this sticky situation that all of us find ourselves in. But that would be a misdiagnosis for 3 reasons. So the first is that Kazakhstan's economy has done progressively worse after each slowdown. So its per capita income grew by nearly 10% between 2000 and 2007. It dropped to 4% between 2010 and 2014. It dropped to 3% between 2016 and 2019. And this year, we are expecting per capita income to grow by less than 1%, okay, by about 0.7% actually. So that's the first reason. The second reason is that once you take out the effect of increases in employment and increases in finances, growth is essentially zero, which is to say that if you look at productivity growth, it has been zero since 2008, which was when I started to come to this country. So I'm saying all these bad things, by the way, because I love this country a lot, so I think I can do it. Okay? The third is that Kazakhstan's structural transformation has stalled. Okay? So has its sectoral transformation, and so has its spatial transformation. So I'll talk more about this, but you really can't have one type of those transformations without the other two. Okay? So a team from the World Bank has just finished looking at this question, and I'm going to summarize their findings. They have a really good report. It's called a Country Economic Memorandum, which has just been published, I think, a couple of weeks back. So I will try to summarize their findings, but it will get a little depressing. But don't let me get you down, okay? So here's the story. The first thing our team points out is that there's this tight 3-way relationship between a country's per capita income, the sectoral composition of its output, and the share of urban settlements in its population. The team finds, and here I'll make a few exaggerations, but they're only mild ones, right? That per capita income has grown mostly during the time when the prices of Kazakhstan's exports happen to be high. Okay? This is not a bad thing because there are resource-rich countries elsewhere in the world, especially in Africa, where even this hasn't happened, right? But it does mean that Kazakhstan's fortunes are actually determined somewhere else, right? And this is not a good thing. The second related reason is that Kazakhstan's production structure has not changed that much. A third of GDP, for example, came from mining and minerals back in 2000. A third of it comes from mining and minerals in 2019. Okay? That's the second reason. The third reason is that the share of the urban population has stayed at around 58% for the last 20 years. So in 2008, when I first visited Kazakhstan, it was a little less than 57%. In 2020, it was a little less than 58%. Okay? So basically, Kazakhstan is not a happening place, right? People seem to stay put. They keep doing what they were doing earlier. And the government depends on good luck because that's what you need for the prices of oil, gas, uranium, and coal to go up and stay high, right? So this is not a formula for success. All right, so what's causing this, all right? The first thing you do when you have a problem is try to have a clear-eyed diagnosis of what's causing it. The first thing to look at, the most unkind interpretation of this is that it's the government that's causing it, okay? The first thing that you notice about Kazakhstan is that it has a very low population density. It's about 6 people per square kilometer, okay? But people don't move to more dense places. I just told you the urbanization stats. And this is for 2 reasons. One is that if you're getting any financial support from the state, the residency registration system discourages movement. The second is that the Soviet housing system that has translated into high home ownership. Kazakhstan has one of the highest home ownerships in the world at 95%. Okay? It's twice that rate of Switzerland and Germany, by the way. It's second only to the home ownership rate in Romania. Right? But there's low marketability of homes. Okay? So in the 5 years before the pandemic, mobility of unskilled people actually declined. Okay? The third, the next reason is a domination of state-owned enterprises. Okay? And this means that production is often carried out in places that are not the best for these activities. Things are being produced that shouldn't be produced, or with methods that should have changed a long time ago. Another problem is low economic freedom for people and for private firms. Economic freedom indicators were inching up until the last few years. They seem to have stopped improving now. By definition, economic freedom of the people is a decision of the government. Okay? It's an expression of the trust that a government has in its people. Okay? If a government trusts its citizens, it gives them freedom. Right? And economic freedom may be the most or the least controversial freedom to give. Then, perhaps the greatest driver of spatial mobility, of social mobility, and sectoral mobility is good quality education. Okay? Education is dominated by the government, and it is abysmal for a country. The quality of education is abysmal for a country that is on the doorstep of high income. Okay? And finally, Kazakhstan has made it hard for firms both to start and to shut down. Just as education is the grease that keeps individuals moving to better paying jobs and places, competition is the grease that pushes firms to be more productive and more innovative. The competition regime in Kazakhstan has not been improving. If anything, it may have gone backwards. This is worse in services and especially bad in transport and communications, services that are especially important in a vast country with a dispersed population that is distant from large markets. So all of this sounds hopeless, and I hope I've succeeded in depressing you, or at least getting your attention, because the blame rests with the government. But there are signs of hope, too, because this is a government that actually listens and tries to do the right thing. So there are some signs of hope. The first is that a new e-governance system has simplified registration and has helped to do things digitally. But advanced economies don't have resident registration, And for Kazakhstan to become an advanced economy, it should consider discontinuing resident registration. There are signs also that there's a growing spatial concentration of manufacturing, which is a good thing, especially near the borders and near Almaty and Nur Sultan. For a country that is vulnerable to external shocks, it is heartening to note that regions with higher population densities respond to shocks better than remote, sparsely populated areas. The third good reason is that Kazakhstan's territorial development strategy, the State Program for Regional Development, or the SPRD, has some really good features. Two being the emphasis on providing basic services everywhere and recognizing that big cities are the best place to improve both economic efficiency and living standards. But Kazakhstan still has a long way to go. Its three largest urban areas account for less than 25% of the GDP of the country. In most developed economies, this average is close to 50%, twice as much. Okay? So I know that I've taken up a lot of time, but one of the things that Kazakhstan has to do, it should contemplating empowering subnational governments more by investing in their capacity and giving them more autonomy. In other words, the central government ought to trust not just its citizens, but also subnational governments. And one more change might be to stop subsidizing places where economic production should not be taking place anymore, especially the monotone policies and so on. I've gone on too long, Jonathan. I'm going to shut up now.
It was it might have been long and a bit, but it was very interesting, and thank you for that. And it was also good to hear some hopeful possibilities towards the end of the potential gloom.
It's not as interesting as the report, so I really urge you people to read the report.
I will go and do that afterwards. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Indra. We heard President Tokayev, didn't we, talking there about the importance of the sustainability goals, the SDGs, a little earlier on. Michaela, the United Nations, very, very important, of course, the SDGs for the UN. How do you see the potential?
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan. I'm very glad to be here today, first of all, at the 5th Astana Finance Days conference dedicated to sustainability, responsibility and growth. And I think this really echoes the political commitment that we heard. So let me see how I can find a few words to complement what has already been said and try to echo some of the elements, yet add that unique dimension that I hope we bring from the United Nations system. As the UN resident coordinator here in Kazakhstan, it's my great honor to coordinate and facilitate the work of 27 UN agencies that are present in Kazakhstan, working in partnership with the government, the civil society, academia, and of course also the private sector. We are focusing on, of course, the Agenda 2030 that includes all the 17 SDGs, the 169 targets, and the Paris Climate Agreement. This is where we are focused. And allow me, therefore, to share with you a quote from the very famous and prominent philosopher Al-Farabi, who said, "The right action begins with choosing the right path to the goal." And I think this is something that we need to keep in mind. We need to think about what are the goals, what are the paths we're choosing, and which are the actions we're taking. But we need to take it in that order. And Kazakhstan, together with every single other member state of the United Nations, have signed on to the SDGs. So the commitment that we heard from the President here today indicates the importance that Kazakhstan attaches to the SDGs and what lies within them. So let me take a few minutes to highlight some of the elements that we see. We have 8 years together globally to reach the SDGs. 8 years. That means that every month counts, every week counts, and literally every hour counts. And we do this as we are building back from COVID and in an unprecedented geopolitical situation for this region. We heard the President on this, but I think it's absolutely important to recognize that the horrors that are felt by the people directly impacted by the war in Ukraine in that immediate situation is having global ramifications as we see it, as it relates to food, as it relates to energy, and as it relates to the financial markets. You know this as well as I do. But what we must all recognize is that the key price is paid by those who have the least. That is true also in Kazakhstan. Globally speaking, we are seeing how more than 100 million people are pushed back into extreme poverty as a result of the immediate food crisis and cost of living crisis that we're seeing. Here in Kazakhstan, there are statistics that are indicating that poverty has gone from about 4% in 2019 to about 12.4% now in 2021. These figures we can of course work with, but we need to have them recognized. And we need to make sure that we identify that whatever we do, we will include these that are otherwise at the risk of being left behind. Because right now, people are making choices about what food they're going to eat. Is it going to be less nutritious than the one they could afford before? Are they going to marry off their daughters at a younger age than they intended to? Do they have to close down their businesses? And especially if those businesses are run by women, we see just statistically how it hits harder on those type of businesses, and that was also the case during COVID-19. So let me therefore focus on three key areas that we see as absolutely priority interventions to look at. And the first one, of course, relates to the energy decarbonization and sustainable industry. We are, as you know, facing what we call the triple planetary crisis on climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And unfortunately, Kazakhstan is predicted to be harder hit by the negative consequences of climate change than many other countries. As recently as some 10 days ago, we heard from the Deputy Minister of Ecology the figures of indicating that the global percentage of 0.18 degree per decade in Kazakhstan would reach an average increase of 0.32. That is a remarkable difference between Kazakhstan and the rest of the world. How will that impact Kazakhstan? How will it impact the people, the agriculture, and again, the small farmholds that constitutes as much as maybe 70% of all the produce of dairy and meat productions? These are often small farmers that fall outside of the bigger subsidies that can come to the agriculture sector. To address this, we need policy interventions, as was mentioned before the shock comes. So when we talk about adaptation, mitigation, we need to look across all sectors. We, of course, as the UN, very much welcome, and not the UN only, I know that this is, of course, global, we welcome the carbon neutrality strategy by 2060. It's a remarkable achievement if this was to be done. But the investment needed, as we have heard from the government, is looking at something like $650 billion. That money needs to come from somewhere. Those investments need to be made by the government, by the private sector, and by the IFIs for Kazakhstan. This is not going to be easy, and as the UN country team in Kazakhstan, we are supporting the government in developing and shaping this low-carbon strategy. But this also, of course, comes with what we have heard, the transformation of the economy. Very clearly, we need to see this diversification, and I want to add the element of just transition. Because as Kazakhstan needs to transform its industries and its labor market, a lot of people will be out of jobs. We need to make sure that they are staying employed and that they're being retrained and that their skills are being used. Or we're going to run the risk of seeing an additional increased social pressure and disintegration of society. The second thing I'd like to raise is the focus on education and human capital, and this has also been previously mentioned. But this is such a long-term investment, especially with the ambitious development goals that we see for Kazakhstan. We have seen a tenfold dropout out of school for children between 7 and 17 compared to 2018 as a result of COVID. the long-term impact on Kazakhstan's ability to deliver for itself and its people is going to be felt for generations unless we immediately prioritize education. The third element is the digital revolution. Kazakhstan is uniquely positioned as it comes to having its relatively cheap internet, if I say so. It's relatively stable, but it needs to be expanded across the country. It is actually so far high up on the United Nations e-Government Development Index. It is now rated 29 out of 193. And here is another element that could absolutely further support both education as well as financial investments. However, none of these three dimensions are doable without partnerships. So I would really like to highlight the importance of partnership here. And maybe you saw yesterday in the press that Kazatomprom has become one of the 16,000 companies that have joined the UN Global Compact initiative, which supports companies in taking strategic actions to advance broader social agenda along 10 principles. They are based in Almaty. And believe me, I'll be more than ready to make sure that you get all the details for those who would be interested in joining the UN Global Compact. But it's also about centers like the Astana International Finance Center that we as the UN are looking at also from other country teams. We call ourselves country teams when we work in the country. Colleagues from regions have come to Astana to learn, to see how partnerships can be established, to support sustainable development, not only here in Kazakhstan, but in their respective countries, to make sure that Kazakhstan can continue to contribute to connectivity, regional stability, and regional development. Let me therefore just end by coming back to what we have heard about the ongoing reforms in Kazakhstan. We see them as very, very positive. And we can now choose whether we want to lean back, wait and see what the proof is going to be in the pudding. Can Kazakhstan deliver on these reform commitments? Or we can lean forward and engage. We can be the partners that Kazakhstan needs, deserves, and that will be jointly beneficial for us and the rest of the world, as nothing happens in isolation. So I really encourage you to lean forward, to engage with Kazakhstan as we see the social, economic, and political reforms that are going on right now in Kazakhstan as something positive, where I definitely see the glass as being more than half full as we move forward. Finally, let me therefore tweak the quote from Al-Farabi. The right action begins with choosing the right path to the sustainable development goals. And I think that the President set the tone for us quite clearly, that he is indeed committed to the SDGs, and I trust that as his partners and the partners of the people of Kazakhstan, we will all be. Thank you very much.
Michaela Freiberg-Story, thank you very much. I was very struck by that education figure that you just gave. Actually, that's really very concerning. Let us move on. Let's turn to the private sector and how the private sector sees what is happening here and the way forward. Daniel Zhao from Huawei.
Thank you very much. Good morning. And today, firstly, I think it's my great honor to sit here together with all the other speakers, especially you define me as from private sectors. I think firstly, it was at least a great lecture for me, listened a lot of information and the concept from the macroeconomics and from society. I think so far the three words are mentioned a lot. Number one, I think it's a reform, and also transformation, also hub. And that's exactly something I would touch a bit from a digital economics view on the digital hub. In the same venue, I think last year in the September, I was also luckily joined the roundtable discussion hosted by President Tokayev. We will consider a lot of factors, and the first time proposed the idea for Kazakhstan to build we call the digital hub. After almost 1 year times research and promotion, I think a digital hub shouldn't be just a name or a strategy or a simple vision, but it should have its own rich content. What exactly means digital hub for Kazakhstan, and how this is a work and a push further on developing on the digital economic. And today I would like to share a little bit more on what we're thinking. A lot of people discussing the digital economic development, firstly, they're thinking about e-commerce. Especially, they will give a lot of examples. For example, in China, they were talking about out of 1.4 billion people, there's 1.1 billion people are access on e-commerce buying, and over 50% of the retail are today occupied by the e-commerce. And then they will talk about that's because of great companies like Alibaba, like Tencent. That's because of great technology from the AI, big data. But honestly speaking, from my view, from Chinese people, from Huawei people's view, this is far not enough to define and to describe how good the digital economic, how important the e-commerce, and what is actually behind it. People probably forgot a lot of other things. In China, actually, back to 5 years ago, the LTE 4G coverage already over 90%. When we listen an interesting story telling you from a very isolated village, people can selling their agriculture products, can selling their fruits through online so easily, but maybe people forgot you have to get a coverage first. In very isolated, in the mountains. That's why in the first level, we are proposed and we are advising to build the digital hub, you should have, firstly, we call the so-called connectivity hub. And inside the connectivity hub, the national broadband are very important. National broadband are very important. We, as a company, working in over 190 countries. And every year, we're doing also, same time, a lot of studies. We see when a country deploy and roll out their broadband, either fixed broadband or mobile broadband, there's two demands. One is directly from the economic needs. Because of the development, I need to build the broadband coverage like this. But there's also another type of countries, they doing this in advance. Typically like Singapore, like Korea, like China. And what we see is exactly this type of country, they are catching the trends of digital economic. Today, I think the fixed broadband coverage for Kazakhstan is somewhere between 35 to 40% of the geography areas of the population coverage. This is actually still slightly behind the average of the Eurasia. I think there is really space for next step to catch up. Another thing we want to touch a bit on this connectivity layer is also the Caspian cable, optical cables. If we can build the Caspian optical cables together with all the Caspian neighbor countries, I think this can provide high-speed and reliable connections to the surrounding countries of Kazakhstan and also the Eurasia. Mobile broadband downlink for this country is about 35 megabits per second. This is roughly rank about 70 to 80 number position in the worldwide. I think with next step to pushing the digital economic, this is should be upgraded to somewhere 70 megabits, where we can catching up the ranking between 40 to 50 for this country. This is very important. Also, on the 5G, I think this is a time maybe to thinking about the spectrum policies. The spectrum frequency band, we believe, need to increase from 100 megahertz to around somewhere around 200 megahertz. And the next layer, second level of this digital hub, what do we consider is on the cloud hub. I think one of the speakers also touched the e-government the stories. This is exactly what I want to mention here. Based on the data security, also the government efficiency, most of country, more and more, start to building their national data and to host the e-government cloud, where to provide the convenient and sufficient services for its citizens. When we're talking about cloud, people thinking about the data center, thinking about this is an aggregation of data. But in our view, at the same time, the data aggregation also brings the talent aggregation and creates new regional economic centers. And none of this technology, none of this concept where I mentioned can live without the talent. I think we also have to consider on the third level of this digital hub is the ICT talent hub. The country can formulate the policies and to attract more ICT talent from neighboring countries. Especially, I think one speaker mentioned, we obviously see more and more ICT talent coming from Russia, come here after the Russian-Ukraine, the conflicts. And a lot of things I think we can do. For example, simple things like visas, like many other policies to encourage them coming. And Huawei as a company, we also have a lot of programs in all the key countries where we are developing to, together with the local government and agencies, to design this kind of program and to combine some of our academic resources, academic institutions can provide. The fourth level is we so-called ecosystem hubs. If we talk about we have good connectivity. If we talk about we can build a good foundation on the cloud base in the digital hub. If we have a good talent, then you have most of the essential necessary needs to attract more and more IT companies coming. I think they attract international companies to establish base in Kazakhstan, build a comprehensive industry chain, and form an ecosystem hub to increase the employee rate are very, very attractive for this country as well. And Huawei initially coming to this country in year 1997. Many of the guests and the speakers mentioned today's situation on list of different figures and numbers. And I checked our history in this country. The time when we just come here, we are at that time in the stage supporting the fixed line phones. Also, even 2 years after we come in, we start to build the ADSL lines. So 20-something years, for finance people is increase on the numbers. For the different area manufacture, the industry people is different model type of the product. For us, we also see in last 2.5 decades, different generation of the ICT technology being applied to this country. And we still see there's huge opportunity in the future following the idea of the digital hub. And we would like to continue to serve the ICT industry in Kazakhstan and to give our contribution to this concept of the digital hub. This is not work for a company. I think led by the government and led by a list of the different associations, but we're willing to continuously to give our contribution. Thank you very much.
Daniel Joao, thank you very much indeed. And yeah, the digital aspect of the economy, so crucial, of course, to everybody's lives. Let us move on to Nika Galari. I mean, you were Prime Minister pursuing reforms in your own country, in Georgia. Of course, many countries pursuing reform. I wonder, from your experience, what advice you would now give Kazakhstan as it also carries on pursuing reform?
Thank you, Jonathan. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, and Mr. Kilimbetov himself, for giving me this opportunity. It's a great pleasure to be here. Yes, reforms. Jonathan, I want to say that first time I heard the term structural reforms, it was probably 20, 25 years ago. It was a conference with developing institutions, with economists, scientists, kind of government members, and everybody agreed that we need to do structural reforms. Back then I was young and naive, and I thought that if everybody agrees that we need to do structural reforms, why nobody is doing them? So next year there was a similar conference, and everybody again agreed that we need to do structural reforms. And it was World Bank, it was EBRD, it was everybody. And the government also said that, yes, you are right, we need to do structural reforms. Everybody agreed, shook hands, and nothing happened. So then I accidentally became Minister of Energy, and then I accidentally became Minister of Finance, and then Prime Minister of Georgia, and I realized that apparently it's very easy to talk about structural reforms, but it's not that easy to do them. And the problem is not opposition, political opposition. The problem is not society. Everybody understands that. The problem is not economists. Problem is not international financial institutions. Problem is actually within the government and within the structure of the government. There is not one single reform which does not have opposition inside of the government. That's first. Okay. Second, every reform in its own means that either you are taking power from somebody or you are taking income from somebody. And mostly government members don't like that. Neither losing power nor the income. And I'm not talking about government members, I'm talking about the wider government agencies. And by the way, this is not about Georgia only, this is not about, I'm talking about the most of the developing world. We as a company have been working in developing countries in the past 10 years. We worked in 30 countries in this region, on top of my personal experience in Georgia. And by the way, what I'm talking about is very, very similar all across the countries, all across the governments. So every time the new good reform is rolling out, it has its own inside opposition, who is waiting for a hiccup. And if the reform gets a hiccup, and by the way, all of the reforms gets hiccup, this internal opposition comes out and tries to shut it down. And in most of the cases, they are successful. Probably 80% of the cases, this internal opposition will be successful. So, first of all, it's impossible to design ideal reform. It's impossible to design right now the reform which will definitely work even within 1 year's time. There is always a problem which will come up in real life, and you need to be ready for that. And I think based on these years of personal experience in practice as well as advising governments, I have tried to come up with like formula of successful reforms, and let me share it with you based on this. One is, I think government must not be afraid to reform the reforms. And this is something that most of the governments are afraid of. Reforming the reform is part of this. Without that, there is no success story. And there will always be internal opposition, and internal opposition will always try to shut down it, but going it and seeing it through is the biggest achievement of any government. Second is definitely managing expectations. Every reform has its own timeline, and everybody needs to understand, main key players and more importantly society needs to understand why reform is being done, what are the consequences and what are the end results, and when shall we expect the results. And if these management of the expectations are done correctly, we will have a quite successful reforms agenda. Third is definitely breaking down silos. Every minister
thinks of himself as an independent king who has its own kingdom. Well, otherwise you would not become a minister, by the way. So, I mean, these are very strong, very powerful people who want to think of their agencies and their ministries as independent kingdoms, and they don't like to play by the rules of a team. And the whole concept of the reform is you need to have a team. There is not one single important reform that can be done within one ministry only. Any successful, any great, meaningful reform needs the involvement of few major players, of few ministers, few agencies, and unless they play as a team, the success story cannot come. Because if they are waiting for each other to negotiate with each other, that's a different story. There shouldn't be negotiations. There should be agreement that these reforms need to be done, and the government and the government agencies are playing as a team. And the fourth one is use political credit from previous successful reform to do the next one. It's impossible to do all the reforms simultaneously. It's very important to stage out the reforms and try to come up with some kind of pipeline of reforms and use the previous political credit of successful reforms for the next ones. Now, based on what I've said, where are we in Kazakhstan? What is the situation? We have been working in Kazakhstan for 8 years. Amongst them, we have been working with FSA, and thank you very much, Mr. Kelimbetov. And we've seen many changes in this country, but I believe that right now is amazing good momentum for change in the country. First of all, we've heard the president, and there is a great political presidential push for reforms, and this is very, very important. I would believe that political will probably is the most important part of any successful reforms, and we see that. Other parts of the successful reforms is definitely team, vision, and action. We more or less, we see the vision, we see the team, now we need an action, and I believe that there is a very good momentum for right now to see the action. Kazakhstan has gone through a triple shock in a very, very recent years. It was pandemic, it was January events, and it's Ukraine and Russian war right now, which definitely affects the economy of Kazakhstan as well. So based on this situation, right now, I believe as a post-crisis situation, Kazakhstan is in the right political and geopolitical moment to take very, very important actions for future structural reforms. Where would I advise Kazakhstan to start the reforms? I was trying to come up with some kind of catchy phrase. I couldn't, but there are 3 directions that I would like to mention. It's diversification, competition, and social mobility. Based on many years we worked in Kazakhstan, we believe that these are the 3 directions where Kazakhstan would benefit the most, and Kazakh population would benefit the most to have reforms created by the government, pushed by the government. When I say diversification, I don't mean only diversification from oil. I don't mean only diversification from hydrocarbons. I mean diversification of transit routes, especially with the current geopolitical situation. As President Tokayev mentioned, using more of a Caspian, Azerbaijan, Georgia route, Turkey route. I would say the diversification of trade. So by diversification, I mean much more than diversification from oil and gas. Second is competition. And by competition, I definitely mean that there is a big part of monopolies in the country, and there is big stake of state in the economy of the country, which definitely prevents Kazakhstan from going faster forward. And my definitely big advice would be to have reforms designed for further diversification. And finally, it's social mobility. And when we talk about social mobility, definitely there are two main directions where I would focus my advice on. One is definitely social assistance, which I believe that can be designed much more efficiently. The second is small and medium-sized enterprises. This country definitely lacks development of SME sector, and this would be something that would not only diversify economy, not only bring it forward, but also give much higher social mobility to the economy of Kazakhstan. So in very short, these are based on practical experiences as well as being in Kazakhstan for the past 8 years' time. I would just want to say that I think this is very good momentum for the country to do the reforms. I think this is momentum of change, and I wish all the success to the current president and the current government of Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Nika, thank you very much, and really very interesting on the psychology as well that you have to pursue on reform, you know, the psychological aspect of keeping going in these difficult circumstances, but thank you. So, sitting here listening to all of our speakers is the governor of the AFC, Kairat Kelenbezov. I'm going to ask you, I guess, to reflect on the many different things that we've heard this morning and your thoughts on that.
First of all, I'm not sure that I will reflect to everything what's been said, but I try to cover at least a key important point, important to all of us who are sitting in this room. I think let's start from the first introduction, what President Tokayev knows about that we do have Astana Finance Days this week. And so one of the ideas is actually to discuss what's going on globally and what lessons we should conclude, what Nika just said, from this triple shock. And we all know that so all these shocks, it's not just overnight event, it was, I think, kind of the consequences of the policies which has been done or not been done previously. And I think President Tokayev expects from all of us, not just from this group of people, but from the entire country and, let's say, the friends of the country, advices and kind of recommendations or visions what should be done in Kazakhstan in the nearest perspective, mostly in economic and social area. I think that the first consequences of what happened in, let's say, after the COVID, there was like a fatigue of the people in Kazakhstan, that many people lost their jobs. The incomes been decreased, and then in January we've seen all the protests, which was like a wake-up call to all of us just to understand that something has to be changed. And President Tokayev started this huge political and constitutional reform, what probably been postponed previously. But now we just, I think that we should not be late in this reform further, what I think President Tokayev is doing. And Mr. Indermetgil mentioned here about trust to the state, trust to the government. I would like to give you some small example maybe, but it's a very optimistic view from my side. Is when President Tokayev wants to deliver a constitutional reform, he's actually not put it the normal way, go into parliament, try to convince in a couple of days small group of people. He actually re-asked the entire country, and it was a referendum. And people in Kazakhstan decided to be or not to be for those reforms. And just give you some examples of these reforms. They was not like increasing the time of the term of the presidency, or it was like something which kind of strengthening the presidential power. It was the other way around. It was moving from super presidential country, what we have seen like previous 30 years, to more presidential. It was decreasing of presidential mandate to and more kind of outsourcing it to the parliament. And it was like strong request that the parliament should be placed where it should be public discussion done. So I think it happened like in a few months, which we probably expect many years, but it happened like in a few days and a few months, and people supported it. I think what he likes to say, like a listening head or feedback from the society, is a key element of the reforms which President Tokayev doing, and also Mr. Indermetgil mentioned, maybe in economic terms, but I think more in even bigger political terms, we need a bigger decentralization in terms of the, let's say, to manage the country, which is like 5 size of France. We need a different model, let's say, really involve the people's enthusiastic on any different regions. So back to the beginning, when Suma said is, first, he's like a catchphrase is reforms. So he's an advisor on reforms to the president. He should probably more focus on this, but I think that the further expectation what is President Tokayev now is instructing the government office of President monetary authorities in Kazakhstan is to provide a new range of reforms. So probably a lot of good stuff been done previously, but what we understand now it's not enough maybe. And the key, what is Mr. Indermetgil mentioned, and I fully agree with the opinion of the World Bank, the business model of the country should be changed. The previous model was maybe, we all know the features of the previous model. It was like a commodities-driven success, which we managed more or less good way. So it was good, more or less good fiscal and monetary policy, good coordination on this. But what worked previously, as Dr. Jacob Frenkel mentioned, we should not backward looking. We should now more forward, have a more forward looking policy. And this means that we should kind of understand what is the reality around us. And here, back to what Sir Suma mentioned is that, so we do understand everybody expect from Kazakhstan. So we have like a few mega trends which we do have. First is geopolitical tension. The world is completely different and probably not come back to the previous status quo. The second is we see that the many countries, and my colleague from Huawei mentioned that they are now leapfrogging to the new technological world. And nobody, including Kazakhstan, wants to be left behind. So this is like resolve some problems in the past and not thinking about future is not right stuff. And also this decarbonization stuff. For the country where we have 70% dependence in a power station on coal, and let's say we are driven more by oil and gas and mining, it's a really challenge. I mean, but I think also as Dr. Jacob Frenkel mentioned, so we yesterday we are living not in a era of changes. We are living in a let's say we are living in a completely in a change of era. Let's say that's for all of us is a completely clear. And it's very difficult to understand when, especially where you're working, and many government agencies, unfortunately, should work as a firefighting machines. So now, what I think that the key lessons which we should conclude from this session is like you should like really to understand what is a scenario, let's say, we should put for the country and what the business plan we should choose. Should it be just business plan to get money from our oil revenues, some delays from the redistribution in the population, some, let's say, monopolies in the different micro sectors, and that's it. Let's say, January said us that if January events show us that's not enough. We need more so-called inclusive model of economic growth. People not should get money from the redistribution of the revenues. People should be involved to creating this, let's say, national public wealth. Knowing how to, let's say, how to make money, how to build businesses, how to participate in a further diversification. And I think what actually Nika mentioned is like 3 points, like diversification, competition, and social mobility. Also fully agree. Diversification is something what we're talking in Kazakhstan, as Nika mentioned, many years. But we achieved some good results, but maybe it's not enough. And probably I should not just give you some let's say, text of how the economic strategy should look like. Government is working on this, and we all expect that in a few months we will see in address of the president or in a government program, so what should be done. So definitely infrastructure, and here I would like back to the geopolitical tension. I think Kazakhstan, in a very unique moment. And everybody expects from Kazakhstan that we should choose our own side, where you are. Are you on the left or on the side? Are you west or are you east? I think that we are lucky, and I think that maybe we've been blessed by God that Kazakhstan has the best, to my mind, geo-economic and geopolitical location now here. So previously, probably, it was not so obvious, but currently is absolutely obvious. And the position, I think, of the president and the government, we want to be neutral, okay? And this is I think, the position which should get respect from all sides, okay? Why we should be neutral, for example, and why we should, let's say, we are in so strong strategic friendship and relationship with Russia. 97% of our export is not to Russia, but through Russia. We all suddenly realize that all oil exports is moving through the Caspian Pipeline Consortium. It's like a route through Russian Federation to Black Sea. And it's 70 million tons per year. We cannot change it, not overnight or even in decade. Let's face it, let's say. And I think that we will continue our cooperation. We are part of Eurasian Economic Union. We know how to work with each other many centuries. So I think that this is something which President Tokayev said. But at the same time, we have our own foreign policy. We have our own principles. And we have our own view what's going on. And we wouldn't like to be pressed by anyone, as I mentioned, west, east, north, south. And we will kind of continue this position. At the same time, what we see now is like new opportunities for Kazakhstan, in my mind. So this is definitely, we are part of this so-called Silk Road. So we now see this, let's say, North-South cooperation, Europe-China cooperation. As my colleague mentioned, this Caspian fiber is a great idea, I think that, and this is like increased connectivity, financial connectivity, digital connectivity, physical infrastructure connectivity. So all of this, it's like also new job places. This is something what should be done. Back to Dr. Indermin Gil. He mentioned, and he's, I think, the global expert, leading expert on territorial development. So we all also read his textbooks and books, and learn a lot. I think we should understand that Kazakhstan has a vast geography, but at the same time, so we have five different macro regions in Kazakhstan. Like we know that life in Almaty, in Nur-Sultan, completely different from life in a rural area in the west or in the south. Means that it should be different tools of the government how to help and how to cooperate together with those regions. So we have a plan on territorial development. What should be probably upgraded due to the current situation, but at least the government understands very well what to do. I think the government now working on diversification and also social mobility programs. So it should be new migration policy, like internal migration, and maybe in general migration policy. We need talented in Kazakhstan, and we should do something which would be acceptable to the, let's say, population here. But we need more smart people, talented people who will create many businesses. I think AFC is a good small example of this. But what was the idea is not to create good small example, but to create center of excellence and then expand to the entire country. And now I think that we are on this stage to create. The other very important point probably I should mention today. This is the features of the previous stage of our economic development was lack of competition, or too big role of the government. Maybe nothing is wrong with the too big role of the government, but with some private interest using this big role of the government, something is wrong. And people treat it as unfairness, which we've seen in January. And what President Tokayev in February or in January, late January, announced he will fight with favoritism, he will fight with nepotism, and he started to do it. We all see what's going on now, and I think that this is something that people applaud, people will support. We will see the further privatization. President and government is very much committed to the national companies. We will see, let's say, reforms in sovereign wealth funds, and we already see the first phase of them. And I think that this is something which is really changes what the people like. It cannot change overnight. I agree with my colleagues. But as Michaela mentioned, I think that very good correlation between reforms which been announced by the President Tokayev and SDG principles and goals. Basically, they are, in simple way, just human-centric, human interest-centric. And I think this is something which is President and the government now wants to achieve. So in these terms, yes, we have a vast geography, we have a great opportunities, we have a lot of reserves financially, and we have a lot of natural reserves. Is it good enough? Previous 30 years show us it's good, but not good enough. So we should do something. I think this is something which Nika called like social mobility, or maybe kind of enhancing human capital. In many terms, like bringing the youth, closing the gender gap, improving education. So I think that government now working on many terms, bringing the universities from the other countries. And I think, so one of the idea for me is a good signal. If the people like Sir Suma Chakrabarti and Nika Gilauri somewhere around, means government wants to do reforms. Yeah, if the people like Barbara Domana also achieve the result and Chris achieve the result and really create the small examples of the rule of law in the country, means that it's possible in Kazakhstan. So we can expand it. So I think, so all of this for me, I'm more optimistic. So the glass of opportunities is more closer to be full. But doesn't mean that we should relax and enjoy. So it's not time to relax for Kazakhstan. It's time to wake up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor, and that was really interesting. And I was very struck when we met President Tokayev yesterday by two things, actually. You, me, and Suma, we were talking to President Tokayev. The first thing was he's definitely focused on reform, and I thought that was very impressive, actually. And the second thing is, you made the point, he said, I'm not pro-Russia, I'm not pro-anybody, I'm pro-Kazakhstan. And I thought that was an interesting way of putting it, wanting to do the best for Kazakhstan. So I'd like to thank everybody. Time is running away from us. I'd like to thank the sponsors of our panel this morning, ERG, Huawei, Chevron, Visa, China Construction Bank. A big thank you, too, for all of our panel for their very interesting interventions. It really was a fascinating morning, a big insight, and very interesting in terms of the future. A very important discussion, I think. Thank you as well for spending time with us. Goodbye.
Мир стремительно развивается. Ежедневно растет потребность человечества в ресурсах. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. Наша группа – лидер по производству высокоуглеродистого феррохрома, ведущий производитель меди и кобальта, один из крупнейших поставщиков железной руды, глинозема и алюминия в странах СНГ. Группа поддерживает глобальные инициативы по продвижению зеленой экономики и развитию альтернативных источников электроэнергии. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. Сегодня ENG ERG в Казахстане – это треть горно-металлургического комплекса страны. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. Благодаря деятельности группы более 150 тысяч казахстанцев обеспечены работой. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Будучи флагманом горно-металлургической промышленности государства, ERG также играет важную роль в повышении экспортного потенциала Казахстана. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. ERG – это прежде всего одна большая команда. Дружная, сплоченная и профессиональная. Единство наших сотрудников, их ответственность перед компанией и местными сообществами, а также инновационный потенциал обеспечивают безопасность производства, эффективность инвестиций и долгосрочное развитие ERG как лидера горно-металлургической отрасли в Казахстане и мире. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
An excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches' accumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross-time zone, cross-region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
Площадка для расширения вашего бизнеса. Международный финансовый центр Астана – это уникальная юрисдикция в Центральной Азии, которая предлагает знакомую всем экосистему и возможности для глобального бизнеса. Мы стремимся использовать возможности, которые предоставляет современный мир. Долгосрочный экономический рост на пространстве Евразии открывает новые перспективы для бизнеса, государств и каждого из нас на пути к благосостоянию. Рынок капитала. Создание полноценного и динамичного финансового рынка в Центральной Азии. Финтех стимулирует внедрение новых технологий в банковской сфере, мобильных технологиях и личных финансах. Зеленое финансирование, поддержка устойчивых инвестиционных проектов. Исламские финансы. Возрождение альтернативы традиционным финансам в соответствии с этическими принципами шариата. Судебная система общего права. Это лучшие мировые практики на территории Нур-Султана, столицы Казахстана. Банковские услуги. Мы предлагаем надежную экосистему для создания семейных офисов и персонализированных стратегий. Заходите на наш сайт, регистрируйте свой бизнес, используйте свои возможности.
Hello, I'm Andrew Gamble. I'm the chairman of the global board of Grata International, which is the Swiss Verein which exercises overall control and direction for the Grata International network. There are a number of aspects of the work that I do for Grata. One is I speak to international law firms who are significant clients of the firm. I certainly enjoy doing that and explaining to them about the value of Grata. I discuss the strategic direction of the firm with the senior partners, and I also work proactively with the Integration Centre and the International Cooperation Department, who are performing an excellent function on behalf of the firm. And last but not least, I speak to potential new firms. That's a very interesting question. I think it's really to do with our focus. We're very much focused on a particular regional area. And international law firms have retreated from that space, whereas we are within this very large geographical area extending from Eastern Europe through to China. And we provide, as a result, very significant services in those markets. Well, we've clearly been through some very difficult times since Grata was set up nearly 30 years ago. Most recently, of course, we've had the pandemic and there are other difficulties in the region. I think that the success, or the indication of the success of Grata, is that not only are we surviving in this market, but we're getting stronger and expanding. The Verein structure, which is a particular legal construct established under Swiss law, enables us to provide international coordination and direction, but at the same time it leaves all the local officers to pursue their own business activities in a manner which is most amenable to success within each of their own local markets.
996. Çölür.